attendance tonight and welcome. And tonight we're hosting four amazing ladies from different countries in Africa. But beyond the excitement is, of course, that today is almost the last day of the Women's Month, the International Women's Month. And we really are so excited to be hosting it as such, befitting, with a four ladies panel who will be discussing a very good topic for tonight. They'll be discussing the misconceptions that practitioners have about Agile. And around the house is powerhouses that are coming from different corporates across Africa. And they are here to discuss what they have experienced on the ground, what they've experienced with, experience varying from public sector, from private sector, from the telecoms industry, and from the various places that they've deployed Agile. So it is a power-packed and full house. And I do want to give you a view of exactly who we're dealing with tonight. I did tell them that I will not read the entire profiles because they are quite intense and hefty, but I'll pick up on pieces as they introduce themselves. Grace, let me start with you. You help organizations on their continuous improvement journeys and the adoption of innovative ways of working. You see potential of agile frameworks in setting individuals, teams, and organizations on a trajectory, while in a world of accelerated change and increasing unpredictability. You are an Agile practitioner, you are a professional Kanban trainer, and you are dedicated, and this was the very important part about your profile. You are dedicated to raising African Agile abilities. Grace, welcome on board and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Funza. You always put me on the spot, but it's good. No problems. Thank you so much. It's so great to be on the call today with this amazing ladies. I'm Grace Johnson, and I'm currently speaking from Abuja, Nigeria. My background was actually, first of all, as a professional town planner. It was a mix of doing town planning that I wanted more of a collaborative kind of, because being a town planner, I soon transitioned to become a project manager, and I just wanted more collaborative kind of space for working. I wanted a more collaborative space, and so I started digging into research and all of that, and I came across collaborative planning, and I didn't even know it was a part of Agile, and so it was within the process of trying to do my PM. I came across Agile, and since then I've been on boards internationally. I was part of the trustee work that the Agile 20 Reflect Festival, where we gathered from over 140 countries to talk about Agile in celebration of the 21st anniversary of the Agile Manifesto. Since then, been on a continuous journey of learning, unlearning, and relearning, and helping people understand Agile better. I'm trying to do things with the partners around the world, and basically around innovation, disruption, and AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. I'm just having a bit of a challenge with the sound at the moment, but I hope I'm audible. You can hear me from the side, Grace? Oh, fantastic. Then let me come to you, Priska. Priska, you also have an amazing profile. BSc in Information Technology, and from Jomo Kenyatta University, and you've had your interest in Agile. It started when you were doing your thesis on how telcos were applying or using Agile ways of working to improve project success. Please tell me a little bit about yourself and how you've come about to working with Agile and your experiences in the corporate environment.
Thanks, Funza. Like you've said, my interest started when I started doing my thesis. Initially, I was just interested. I just knew about waterfall projects and I wanted to be a project manager, despite my IT background, and I was actually actively an IT professional. So when I started the thesis, it introduced a new area that I had not known about. So I went ahead and did the certification, Professional Scrum Master 1, and then it sparked that interest. I started volunteering. My manager said they needed a volunteer who would handle Agile projects, and that's when I volunteered. So I was doing my job, At the same time, I'm running stand-ups for the other squad and everything. So over time, I gained that interest, and then I applied for a role within the company. That was Safaricom Limited. Then I started as an agile coach for almost 2 years. So last year I transitioned to banking. I know you said I'm from Safaricom, but last year I transitioned to banking, and I'm now currently, yes, I'm now working in a I&M bank on the same role as a Scrum Master.
Fantastic. So you've done telco and now you're in financial services, which are both really kind of intense industries. So let me bring on the stage also Caroline Tour. She is also working for Safaricom. She has seen successful and led successful projects, which included software, network rollout, cloud, IT security, IoT, fixed data, and voice business. You can see predominantly she's coming from a telco environment. She's also seen business process improvements on robotic processes, automation, and digital transformation. What is most interesting about your profile, Caroline, is that you are a multiple award winner of Safaricom Women in Technology team, and you also are a mentor for the Global Give Back Circle. Welcome on board, Caroline, and tell us a little bit about you and your involvement in Agile.
Wow, I'm humbled by by that introduction. I hope you can hear me. Let me just confirm that.
Absolutely, we can hear you.
Yeah, so as you heard, my name is Caroline Thuo. You can just call me Carol. I have a background in project management in technology. I like to say that I underwent my own agile transformation before I even became a Scrum Master or an agile coach, because I was looking for ways to better run my project. And the thing about me is that I love working with teams and making everybody comfortable and bringing about a psychologically safe space. So when I came about Agile, and I figured that this is a way that my teams could work together better, bring their best selves to work, bring their uniqueness, and everybody would just come and bring, it's almost like a potluck. You know, when you bring different meals together and you make a beautiful meal, I felt like it was the best way for me to go. So I transitioned into Agile, and then coincidentally, or by an act of God or an act of destiny, Safaricom decided that that was the way that we were going to go. So I naturally stepped in to become an Agile coach. I love to work with women in technology. I love to work with girls in STEM. I love to do mentorship. And I'm just happy to be here with you guys today. I hope we have fun doing this.
Fantastic. Let me bring our last member of the panel, Xoliswa Sidras. She also comes with a really big profile. She has worked in both the public sector as well as the private sector. She is currently working for FNB, which is one of the biggest banks in South Africa, known for its innovation. And really, since about 10 years ago, we're in the space of telco already. They own their own network. They've been really progressive in launching amazing projects which are in which were in the innovative telco space. Xoliswa, welcome on board. You say that we can count on your decade-long experience in analyzing, building processes, and managing projects and programs to understand and practice the methodology. Welcome on board. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you so much, Pumza. Good evening, everybody. As you've heard, I am Xoliswa Sidras. I've been practicing Agile since 2018, but my career did not start with Agile. I started small in a call center, and then I moved to training. When I moved to another private sector where we were predominantly doing software development for an asset management system, that's when my love for project management started. As much as we started with the traditional methodology, we then slowly moved to Agile. That's when the spark started, and that's when the light started, and I enjoyed Agile. So I've been using Agile since 2018, and I've moved with it. It works best for me and my teams. I'm a team worker. I'm a team player. That is one thing about me. So in Agile, you work best in teams. You can never work in silos. So I hold a postgrad diploma in program management from Cranfield, and I look forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Fantastic. And thanks to everyone who's just joined us. If you're wondering where we are, we've just introduced our panel. They are ladies because we really are celebrating the last days of the International Women's Day, but they're coming with amazing, amazing power as well as, experience in the Agile space. So when we started the discussion, we explored a few misconceptions that we found are quite common across the board and have been understood to be shared by a lot of experiences across the table. So to keep the session interactive so that it's not only us who are talking, please do jot down your own misconceptions, and maybe we can pose a question to the ladies about those misconceptions. But for now, what they'll be discussing today are the following misconceptions. There's a misconception that Agile is faster or cheaper. There's a misconception that Agile means no more documentation, that there is no role for traditional leaders in Agile, that people are scared that the jobs would go because of Agile. They'll be going into depth discussing that Agile is ad hoc and there's no need for process control, that Agile does not, without upfront planning, Agile is wasteful. They'll also be touching on the fact that there's a misconception that Agile only works for small organizations. And the last one is that Agile project never ends. So if you have your own that we have not touched on tonight and you would like us to touch on, please do indicate on the chat, and then we will handle that. So let's start with you, Grace. So yours are saying that you wanted to explore that Agile projects, they are ad hoc. There is no process control. Tell us about what you have picked up. What is that most misconception about, and what were your findings on the experience on the ground?
Well, that's not true. Of course, even in a disciplined Agile, there are a number of process goals, right? So Agile has process control. If you look at the Scrum framework, there are a number of processes, and the processes we're actually talking about is nothing out of this world. We're just talking about workflows, right? So in the Scrum framework, we have sprint planning, right? We have a number of processes within the Scrum framework that leads you to your sprint goal, right? So Agile is just talking about, Agile just wants you to be adaptable, flexible around the way you work and accept change. The adaptability says to accept change. But they are processes you must adhere to. In fact, since transiting to Agile, I found myself more busier than I was when I was a project manager, right? So I have to pay particular attention to my work processes, pay particular attention to the metrics, right? I've heard people say, you don't have metrics in Agile. No, there are a number of metrics in Agile. What we try to do in Agile is, or what Agile says to do is to respond to change. And by responding to change, what we do is to cut our workflow. Sometimes our workflow extends as long as a year, right? I've been in projects where we start to predict past what will happen in a whole year, right? But 2020 came and cleared our doubts, and we saw how disruption can bring a total change in the way we work, right? So there are processes, but what we try to do is to be adaptable, take our planning in bits, right? In bits where we can go back, look at what we've done from point A to point B, and inspect and adapt. As Scrum says, Scrum is built on the principle of empiricism. And empiricism has the 3 tripods that says you inspect, you're transparent, inspect, and adapt. So when we take planning in bits, we are able to be transparent. We see what we are doing, we see our work, right? We see probably a change request comes up and we see the need for change because there's been a disruption in the market, or probably something just comes and customer says we want to change. You are adaptable, you are flexible. We have processes. We have processes to Scrum, we have artifacts, we have events, we have, so there is a structure, but the structure doesn't want you to plan in on uncertainty that lasts for too long, right? So it says be predictable, and the predictability is to be able to look at work from point A to point B that's not too long and be able to predict with a degree of a little bit of certainty, not leaning onto the deterministic approach of, forecasting and then determining a figure and say this is what we'll have at the end of the day. But we can, in a little bit of a space of certainty or certainty, predict from probably 1 week, 2 weeks, to 3 weeks, and then to 4 weeks. That's what Agile says. So they are processes and they are processes.
So tell me, what leads to this misconception, though, Grace? What makes people think that there is no control on the processes with Agile?
Yes, one, talking to people and doing events and doing learning events and answering questions and being on the field as well. For anything that's really new, Agile is not really new. Agile has been for over 20 years. Like I said, we celebrated the 20th anniversary in 2021. But in our region, we're just emerging, and some other regions of the world we're emerging. So it's sometimes an uncertainty and the fear of leaving what you're so used to, a traditional approach, to get to another innovative approach is what gets people fidgety, and they begin to bring misconceptions. And then when you look at the principles and the values that says respond to change over following a plan, people wouldn't believe that you could have a process that could really be adaptable and respond to change. It's kind of difficult to really sitting and say that's something that is true. I remember when I first did my first farm training, right? Reading along and doing all of the courses that were not from the certifying body. But when I decided to do a course that would give me a certification. I remember my fellow people who were training together with, it was really difficult, really assimilating and taking in what Agile is. Agile is really simple. This thing is lightweight. But because we've been so loaded with this kind of, our ways of working in the past, it becomes like a huge burden to take it off and bring in something that is new. So I'm believing it's the fear, it's the uncertainty of also losing jobs that people get to begin to raise misconceptions that are basically mistakes. But also, Agile is not a silver bullet. How to add that in.
Fantastic. And I think that brings the next point because it just ties into that conversation. Caroline, your misconception, you said that there is no role for traditional leaders in Agile. Is that correct? Is that true? Maybe take it from there and leading on to the conversation that Grace led.
Oh, wow. Yeah, taking it from the conversation that was led by Grace. And I'm glad that we are discussing this because the misconception that there is no room for traditional leaders in Agile is actually something that causes a lot of anxiety when an organization decides to start on its Agile journey or a leader joins an organization that is already on the Agile journey. So there is space and there is a role for all leaders in an Agile organization. Starting from your why. As an organization, there's a reason you're going Agile. Your why is your mission, is your vision, is where you want to take your organization, where you want to take your company. So these leaders do not stop being the crafters of this mission. So as a leader, you keep that hat on. So as your teams become more autonomous, as they become self-organizing, remember that they are following you. So you get on board with a vision, you let them know where you're going, and then you leave them to decide how they're going to get there. So for you as a leader, you wear the hat of the what. What are we doing? We want, for instance, we want $25 billion by 2025. That is the what. then the genius people, the creative people that you employed, you don't go micromanaging them. You let them sit in that vision and craft the how they're going to get there. Are they going to get there by coming up with a big product like M-Pesa? Are they going to get there by aligning their processes, like Grace said, so that we have a value stream, so that our customers are happy? Are they going to get there by listening closer to the customers? So you let them do the how, and the leadership does the what. Something else that cannot be decoupled from the leadership is also, as we deliver iteratively in Agile, the leaders need to come in as we are reviewing. If we're reviewing every month or after every 2 weeks, the leadership needs to be in the room to say, oh yes, you're going off the rails or you're on the rails. Where are the objectives and the key results that we set at the beginning? Or you guys are doing well or you're not doing well. So the leadership needs to hold the team accountable to this. I don't know if I have more time. I could go on and on about.
Absolutely. No, you hit the nail on the coffin. But tell me, how practical is what you're saying? Because all of what you're saying is so nice and so textbook. Take me to a practical example within an organization. What is the resistance that you get from leaders in actually adopting this and knowing, Exco coming and meeting every 2 weeks? Is it real? Is it practical? Tell me about the significance of what you just said in a practical environment.
Okay, in a practical environment, you have, just like we learned in PMI, you have your team level, and then you have your program level, and then you have your portfolio level. So the exco that you're talking about actually sit at the portfolio level. So as you go Agile, you need to know that you're scaling from team upwards and also from portfolio downwards. So the team will have the luxury of meeting every 2 weeks, or they do need to actually meet every 2 weeks or every other month to check on their objectives and key results. But as you scale upwards, then you start to see a lessening of the iterations, such that the team is perhaps meeting every 2 weeks if they're doing Scrum and they have a 2-week iteration. Then when you go to program level, all the Scrum teams or the Kanban teams meet once a month to check on their progress. Then you go to the organizational level and you make it sort of a quarterly thing, such that the whole organization is moving in a symphony and they have iterations or gates that they check on each other.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
Fantastic. That sounds much more palatable and a great example. Priska, you said there's a misconception that Agile is cheaper and that it is faster. What has your experience been in real practical project implementations?
The real experience I've had is when there's a new approach, ideally everyone thinks it's way better than the old approach and we should overhaul and take over. It should take over. But when you come and look at the cheap and fast terminology, it's actually not mentioned in the manifesto. Manifesto says early and frequently. So once you understand that difference, you now realize where the misconception is coming from. Because now the expectation is this has to be cheaper, this has to be faster. First of all, let's start with the cost of implementing. Cost of implementation varies with the size of the team, complexity of the project, the level of expertise that your developers are. So these will be very expensive because if you don't have that level, you have to hire these expertise. You have to upskill the existing ones, so get some training for them. You have to purchase tools and licenses that you use, tools like Jira, Mural for collaboration. All these things, you have to create like workspaces for Agile, all those things. I've experienced at a level where walls are brought down, spaces created, tables, boards, all these implementation costs are not factored in when someone is talking about cheap and faster. So we go to speed. Sometimes speed also varies and depends on the size and complexity of that project, the technical debt that you leave behind while you try to rush and deliver this project to the customer, the size of the team. So while Agile prioritizes delivering value early and often, it's always faster than waterfall, especially when the project is mature. But when you're starting and the project really is complex and needs a significant level of planning, then definitely it will be a bit costly compared to waterfall. So the third item that I can touch on is the level of collaboration that's actually required in an Agile project. It's high level. You're supposed to get in touch with the stakeholders every single day. I don't know if someone has a question. Okay, sorry.
No.
So the level of collaboration is extreme, so that you have to buy tools that are to be used by the teams. You have to hire resources. Like if you decide every squad has to have a solution architect, we have to hire a solution architect for every squad. So you see, at the end of the day, the collaboration level and communication level becomes costly, and then the back and forth communication it slows down the project a little bit if it's overdone. So everything in moderation is good. Now the final pointer that I can say, when Agile is done well, and the keyword here is done well, it usually prioritizes the quality of the software. We focus on the customer more than on the these other stakeholder, company stakeholders, and the product itself. So it emphasizes on, every frequent refactoring, paying down the technical debts. So this back and forth, you rush and give the customer product, and then you come back and start sealing the loopholes that you left behind while you are rushing. So you see that there's still a cycle that means it will be slower, other than if you want to, give a customer a shoddy project, it will be slower because you'll be keeping on coming back, sealing the loopholes that you left while you are rushing to give the customer the product that you need. But I'm not saying it's not, in the long run, it is cheap. I agree with that, because implementation is the most expensive part when it comes to Agile. But in the long run, once the squads are now self-organizing, everything is now routine, people are adjusted, they know what they're doing, it's cross-functional, the different a developer doing more than one role. See, all these become cheaper as the project progresses, but it's way expensive at the implementation.
So the setting up is what is expensive, right? But over time, there is benefit over the returns. I love that. Yes. I love the fact that also the focus is on value. We deliver value. So the customer gets to see the value faster. And I think that's what then creates the misconception that it is cheaper, because you start to see tangible kind of outcomes quite faster.
You are just seeing quite faster, yes.
Fantastic. Xoliswa, let's bring you on board. You're working for a big organization, and yet the perception and the misconception is that Agile works in smaller organizations. What have you seen within your environment and rolling out Agile in F&B?
So, Sis Pumza, when it comes to Agile and this misconception of saying Agile only works in small organizations, remember, Agile is all about flexibility. That is the first part where we need to look at. It's all about flexibility. So Agile works for organizations of all sizes. In fact, large and complex organizations, they thrive with Agile. That's one thing we need to understand. And if you look at your big organizations, or regardless of the size, you need to do your business planning, strategic planning, master planning. I'm not going to use my organization as an example. Let's take Transnet for an example. Transnet had to move from 4 key divisions to 3 key divisions. They had the Transnet Port Terminals, Transnet Freight Rail, Transnet National Ports Authority, Transnet Group Capital. And remember, Transnet Group Capital was the projects division, which was the implementation agent, right? They all reported to the CEO. What was the problem there? The problem that Portia then saw was the fact that there was no accountability within the teams, because the supporting division and the other divisions were blaming each other when it comes to accountability, which was affecting the overall company performance, right? So to address that, what did they do? They took the implementation agent, they took the resources, remobilized them into the other 3 divisions. Then meaning that those divisions now can take full accountability of operations, revenue generation, and project implementation. So Portia in that way used the actual Agile characteristics for her to be able to move from 4 divisions to 3 divisions. The first part where she started, she then said, for everyone within 3 months, we need to now take the implementation agent, disbanded it, and mobilize it into the other operational divisions. Then we move to the section 2, where we're sorting out the process issues. Everything else, which is the pay grades, resource allocation, and so forth, you will look at that at a later stage, right? So what was the main goal? The main goal was to have stability. Using Agile, she actually got to the main role. So it does work for actually any size of the organizations.
Fantastic. So tell me, out of all these conceptions, what is the most difficult to deal with and maybe a major resistance creator to adoption of Agile? Let me start with you, Priska.
I think the main one that I can talk about is what Carol handled. We've experienced that in the adoption of Agile. Management gets shaken when you talk about Agile. It gets shaken when you say now there's no manager in a squad. You know, in a typical environment like an experience I've had, senior managers were converted to product owners. Now this person is used to the authority and, you know, commanding, I need reports back. And now you're telling them, we are a team here, we're on the same level, we're supposed to be, you know, interacting with each other. That is a weird environment to them. And that's where the resistance comes in. You find Scrum Masters or Agile coaches having a hard time just trying to explain, I need your feedback on this. And no, they expect you to be reporting to them. So I want to believe, I don't know about the other panelists, but I want to believe that is actually the most difficult to handle. But once you get over that, I think you're good to go.
So, Tony, so for you, what is the most difficult one you've come across?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute there. The most difficult one when it comes to resistance, it's especially when you using your agile way. It's when you come to projects, and now when you start, obviously when you use Agile, right, in your projects, you start having your daily stand-ups, right? You start having your whiteboardings, you start having your war rooms and so forth. And now people have this thinking when you start doing your daily stand-ups, now we are micromanagement. So they very they resistant because they're thinking every single day, are we going to do this? Are you checking on me? But I told you, I gave you feedback yesterday. It's not about that. We're working as a team. We need to understand where you're lacking as one person so that somebody else can jump in and be able to assist you on that one.
So what does culture of the organization have to do with all of these things? What are the things that need to change about the culture? Because I'm thinking in cultures where traditionally the hierarchy is important, it could potentially be very important, very difficult. I mean, we can say it in paper that, you know what, let's follow the agile way, but it's really a very like significant change, you know, to the culture and how we've been used to seeing things. Caroline, what have your observations been? How does culture play a role in really, you know, entrenching these difficulties in changing? What has your experience been?
You know, culture actually eats everything for breakfast. So you can have a good strategy, you can have a good roadmap, but your culture will just come and eat it up. So an agile transformation is actually a cultural transformation. You cannot decouple the two. It's you have to start with a mindset change. When it comes to the leadership, you have to start coaching them to shift from managing people to managing work. When it comes to leadership, you have to start coaching them to start leading as servant leadership and not autocratic leadership. You have to start coaching managers to start bringing out the best in people and not just telling them what to do. So yeah, culture does have, it's actually at the center of transformation and agile transformation. If you don't get that right, if you don't keep checking yourselves, your behaviors, down to even the language. I was in a session where just different language to mean different things actually caused an upheaval. One person wants to say KPIs, the other one wants to say OKRs. Key performance indicators, the others want to say objectives and key results. So down to just uniforming your languages, your way of doing things, your ceremonies and events, from meetings to ceremonies, the culture will just, it'll eat you up if you do not track it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now tell me, surely it requires a different type of a character in the Scrum Master to be handling all these shifts. because really it's about turning the organization upside down. What are these characteristics then that we need to find in the Scrum Master, Grace, to see this wave of, because it will be, a multiple upheavals for us to get to a place where we all understand the ways of work and we all now buy into this, new culture, the servant leadership, and all these nice things that you are saying. What character about the Scrum Master is important in driving this change?
First of all, I'm glad Priska brought up this conversation. I had written a paper once that talked about the African context, because I know and I understand, and that was the message I was always passing to each time I was trying to onboard ambassadors around the world for the Agile Festival. That we don't want you to just take Agile verbatim and superimpose your organization. Everything has a context. There's a contextual approach in Europe. There's a contextual approach in the context of the whole environment, the culture, the way of working, the people, what they've been used to before, right? We know Africans, and I know as a Nigerian, respect elders, right? It's key. Anything you have to do, right? We usually in Nigeria don't call elders by their names, right? We have to add a prefix, right? And so it's a big challenge, right? When you want to do an agile transformation and to really heavily respect your manager, and you give him some prefix, and you bow your head and all of that, and all of a sudden agile says, be free. But the underlying thing I don't want most Scrum Masters to forget, most product owners to, or even the teams to set aside, is the importance of respect, right? So I concluded my article with saying that respect is the language the world understands. I might not know the context of your culture in Kenya, in South Africa, but there is this underlying value and approach and the way we treat humans that is acceptable anywhere in the world. For the Scrum Master, there are values, right? There's openness, there is respect is one of them, right? There is focus, right? I remember working with an international team, and at some point we were at our storming stage, and I don't know if it was that they didn't understand my context or I didn't understand their context, and Agile gave me that platform to come out and say, in when I was writing my PSM, I just took an example. I said when I was writing my PSM2, it talked heavily upon respect and how openness, and how a team member was feeling sidelined, and then, what do you think was the cause of that? And I talked about openness, and we were able to relate. So it's important, even for transiting from the traditional ways of working to Agile, to be open-minded. The world has become a place, a global village, where disruption is the order of the day. Either you disrupt or you are disrupted. So you have to, as a matter of urgency, be open-minded, have respect for people, and be flexible and adaptable, because the phones we were using in the early 2000s are not applicable these days. So open-mindedness is key for the Scrum Master. Have to learn respect, especially when you're working with people from across geographies, right? So it's really important. The Agile values, the Scrum values is important to really, take it in like a food that nourishes you and, helps your muscles grow. You grow your muscles of respect, you grow your muscles of openness, you grow your muscles of focus, and, you get your job. Okay. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I have a question from Patrick. So, okay, Mapule was struggling to hear, but she heard the part about respect, which is quite good. Patrick says, how do you see the prospects for growth of Agile and its application in Africa, given our cultural differences? And I loved when I saw that, Patrick, because at the center of the African culture is respect. It's just that we've forgotten. We've become so westernized. And I love this because it just takes us back to who we were, because respect is right at the center of everything else. Caroline, you're smiling. Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I wanted to add to an African value of coming together. In Kenya, we call it harambe. When something happens to your neighbor, you all come together and you contribute, whether it is food, cash or kind, and you help them through it. So I feel like the spirit of harambe comes to life in Agile. What do I mean by this? You're in a Scrum team or you're in a Kanban team or whatever Agile methodology you're using. You bring in different skill sets to come to one product goal. So you have somebody who is skilled in marketing coming in, somebody who is a legal expert coming in, someone from the tech world coming in, someone who is a force to reckon with in the education system coming in, and you come up with a product that will help the society, that will help your customers. So for me, Agile does sit very well. It augurs very well with our culture of coming together. I think in South Africa, you call it Ubuntu. I could be wrong.
Ubuntu.
Yes, you come
Absolutely.
together. You leave nobody behind. Even the least of you, the least of us is actually the greatest of us. So servant leadership, listening to everybody, valuing everybody's opinions, and moving together forward.
Fantastic. And I love that. I'd like to take that question to Xoliso. Xoliso, in a public sector space where you're calling now the directors to come and do this thing and calling everyone, you know, in public sector space is very siloed, very hierarchical. I'm doing this, I'm the lawyer, and therefore I look at this. Tell me about your experience. You mentioned Transnet, so I'm quite keen to know how shocking the culture was in really implementing some of this because of that, the respect for hierarchy, delegations, and all of those things, protocol,
Yeah.
etc.
So when you look at public sectors, yeah, no, that's a that's a different monster altogether, because you need to understand you cannot speak to a certain level of a person without speaking to a certain level of a person, and then they can take you to that person. So culture is very important, and being a young lady in a male predominated field, it's very difficult. But then the only other way I was able to pierce through any of those all these difficulties, it was through respect, which is the main point Grace put through. It's through respect. You must be able to speak to people. So luckily the higher people want to be addressed by in a certain way. You address them, Baba, whoever, Mama, whoever, and then they open up to you. So you are able to pierce through your manner of approach, your communication, the skill that you use to communicate with people is very important. But more than anything, never leave your team behind, because remember, it's not robots that are working with you. You must always have your team with you so that you are able to pierce through together to whoever that you need to go to, especially in the public sector. So you don't go alone. It's not about you, because it's all about teamwork. They will ask you questions knowing very well you're not a subject matter expert at this point. So they need somebody that's going to be a subject matter expert to deal with that. So never leave your team behind. Always be humble, respectful, and your team are not robots. Always protect them.
Fantastic. I'm ready to take questions from anyone on the floor. If you have any burning questions, it's a very interesting topic for me because it really, I mean, the ladies are exploring it from different contexts and really speaking to the, you know, the nuts and bolts of the resistance and the misconceptions around Agile. So there is a question from Nkosinati Mda. He's asking, I understand how Agile works in delivering IT projects through iterations. How does this process apply in infrastructure projects? That is, you cannot build a bridge in pieces and check if that piece meets the requirements. Is it practical to execute infrastructure projects using Agile? I'm laughing because we had that very same project discussion this afternoon, because we're talking about you know, how engineering loves PMP and how it's seen to be well suited for that environment. Take it, Grace.
Okay. I usually love this question because my background was firstly in housing, and I will tell you the wastefulness of our long-term planning, right? The other day I was driving to Abuja and I saw a number of equipment or materials that had been, created for probably a bridge or something. And from seeing it, I know it would have been there for years, right? So that's a huge amount of waste to the state, right? I had been in projects where we wanted to, develop a solar manufacturing plant in my country, and also side by side housing. Wanted this housing to be really sustainable, and we went through this long process of planning. We took the whole project in a chunk, and we were busy forecasting and doing all the estimations, doing all the it's really fun when you're calculating in numbers, and it gives you that sense of being brilliant and intelligent. You're really not heading anywhere because there was a sudden disruption in government. I wouldn't say disruption in government, I would say a change in government. And the government that came on board wasn't really forthcoming, didn't set up a cabinet on time. It took almost 6 months. And the financiers from abroad that wanted to take on finance the project just suddenly left the country. And that's a huge loss. The time we spent, if we had just started implementing, right, bit by bit, it would have really saved cost. For me, it is the cost of spending. We hire a number of machinery. I know the person, I'm sure the person that asked the question from my background. Imagine the upfront planning you've done all these years and the number of ways, just take reflection and the number of ways that you've incurred, right? I will also give an example of building a house, right? You could, I know, taking up the house carcass level, that's the block work, easily take like 2 weeks for manual work, or 3 weeks, or a month, right? In doing that, you still sit back. In doing that the agile way, you still sit back, see where you had mistakes, and inspect and adapt as you build and go. So I helped somebody purchase the house recently, and we realized the conduit pipes they had putting through the walls while plastering, they poured plasters over the conduit pipes. That becomes a problem. If there wasn't enough supervision and inspection and adaptation going on, you would always have this problem. So how it costs extra day outside of our planning to really fix that and get work going. So there is a lot we need. We're not just saying practice frameworks in the engineering sector or the housing sector. We're saying have the agile mindset, bring agility to your work, inspect and adapt, and receive and embrace change where necessary, whether it's in terms of being sustainable or being regenerative in your approach to development generally.
Thank you very much, Grace, for that. And I've got a very interesting input from Habib. And I think he was also spot on in saying, Gosnati, a hybrid approach can also work. It's not one for the other, but in different contexts, we need to adopt what is applicable from Agile and discard what isn't. And the aim is to keep optimizing the process. So there is a space for everything else. And I think that's where the schools of thought merge. And I think it becomes a very important topic for the next time, Nelson, for the Agile think tank. Where is what relevant, and when, in which instances is a hybrid structure also important? And then we had Maida. Maida says, hi, I've recently started working on Agile methodology, and I must say it's a challenge for me. I'm a business analyst and don't understand at which point does this methodology apply, since one needs to be obviously understand the full requirements before implementing. Should we understand the requirements first and prioritize which feature to implement first? And Maita, you're raising a very valid point. I think it was a question that was raised by, I think it was a discussion that was held by Grace, that also transitioning from a waterfall kind of approach and getting into Agile, it was a very difficult culture shift. Actually saying, look, let me be empty, let me try to open my mind and get this thing new. So it looks like it is a usual kind of way that you struggle at first because you've been used to a specific way of working, and this thing this adoption, it takes a little bit of time. And I think there's caution from the ladies to say, give it time. Grace, I don't know if you want to respond to that. Should we understand the requirements first and prioritize which feature to implement first?
I think before you embark on the journey, you have to weigh the cost, right? You also have to sit and do a lot of learning, right? So I didn't just jump into Agile. I loved collaborative planning. And I implemented collaborative planning both my undergraduate thesis and both my postgraduate thesis. So it was a whole journey of researching, and I love research a lot. I think that's one thing that is really lacking in our space and our organizational kind of setup. Research is important, new knowledge is important. So it's important you have the learning, you have the understanding, interact. That's why sessions like these are really important. You have people who can help you understand and people you can ask questions and interact and get a feel of what it was implementing Agile in their context, right? So the issue about hybrid is really important. The part of Agile that is really the most difficult to really implement is the mindset. And I will tell you that from experience. It was, even though I had loved the concept of collaborative planning and I knew the theory of collaborative planning and all these requirements back to back, getting into Agile wasn't as easy for me. It's easy passing exams. It's harder having the mindset, especially if you're coming from years of, being in the traditional kind of setup. So have the learning, get a community, they will help you faster to learn. And also it's important to really look at what you're doing and see how it fits, right? We are not purists here. I'm sure all of us here are not purists. We're not saying you must do this and that's later. Look at the whole Agile kind of whole concept and look at your content. Look at your unique challenges, contextual your approach to adoption of any kind of Agile approach you want. Contextuality and uniqueness of your challenge is important. Don't forget that. That's one thing I really love about it. But it talks about your context, it talks about your unique positioning and the challenges you have.
Fantastic. Caroline, let's bring you in here. They said research, spend time building your communities and everything else. How does that function in a context of a Safaricom that is a telco and is looking at a faster delivery of projects? So is the business really open-minded about this time you need to take to plan, you need to take to engage stakeholders and all of those? How does it work in a practical, space where delivery is important?
I think that at the center of all this is customer obsession.
Mm-hmm.
So when a business understands that we're doing all this for the customer and the customer is the person that will keep us in business, then the customer becomes the center of focus. So what do we do when we want to do that? You go back to your customers first and foremost. You do your user research, and it can even tie into the business analyst question that had just been asked. You go back to the people who are requiring things of you and you ask them, what is the problem? You map out the current journey and you ask them, where are the pain points? Then you ask your user or you ask your customer, what is most important for you? And that forms your priorities. And for a business, then that creates a stickiness to the customers. And the business understands that once the customer gets what's most important for them, they'll keep coming back for more. And the team also understands that once we start collaboratively working with the customer, we keep bringing them in and showing them demonstrations of what we're doing, giving them the prototypes, letting them test and tell us this is good or this is bad. And we are driven by the customer obsession, then the business fully buys in. You stop having those resistances because you're really after the bottom line, which is you'll get your profits and you'll get your net promoter score, you'll get your customers coming back, you'll get your recurrent revenue, and then you give the customers quality product and your people are also happy because they're shipping out a very quality product. So that's a practicality of it.
Fantastic. Sipesihle also came in saying he's finding Agile interesting from years of working with waterfall methodology. For him, the change request and having to present to the CCB, it seems like a lack of planning. How do you take that one? Let's take it, Caroline. You seem to be relating exactly to what he's saying.
I'm laughing because it seems like we have the same dramas end to end. So CCB, I think we have ours is called Change Management Board. And interesting thing is they're also becoming an agile team. So we call them agile change management. So what do? They come back to us as their users and ask us, where are your pain points? What are we doing wrong? Where can we streamline so that we make the process better so that you guys can ship out products and services better for our customers. So we become like the collaborative customers for our change management board. We sit together and we've been able to actually kick off timelines from a whole week of waiting for approvals to actually just an hour. And some of this is even automated. Yeah, so a bot is just, as long as we have sat and decided this is the product that we are going to ship out and it meets all criteria, a bot is just approving.
Fantastic. Specifically, it looks like it's the shared pain, but it looks like it gets better from what I'm hearing. Habib, yes, that's true. You can see a hybrid method. However, if you're working in big institutions like Transnet, which I used to work for, they prescribe PL methodology. And as you understand methodologies, you can mix and match them at will. It looks like it's a lot of culture shift and Kosinati, and we do hear you. It is a process. There is Agile can work in all. Okay, I think that's Habib responding to this. Oh, Evelyn, Agile can work in all projects. It depends which. It depends with how you customize the implementation while being within the guardrails of Agile principles, values, and pillars. On infrastructure projects, my take is to break the projects into milestones. You definitely cannot deliver a bridge in a sprint, but you can deliver reasonable milestones in a sprint, and that is completing the business case, funds approval, purchase materials, and so on. I love the conversation that is starting to take place. And what more than anything, what I love is the depth of the conversation. It's not airy-fairy, it's filled with practical examples of people who are experienced on the ground who have seen this happening. So today we're gonna have to close it where we're at. And unfortunately, it was whilst everything was heating up, it was whilst everything was getting exciting. But we do really welcome you to join our Agile think tank. We will be having these sessions quite consistently. Last time we had also another session which was delivered by one member of the Agile think tank. What I love about them is its practical experience. It's not concept, it's not textbook. It's really bringing the textbook into a real practical experience, and it's including of different industries. If you're looking at the representation, it's different domains. There's financial institutions, and it's across Africa, guys. How else can you get so much experience, a broader experience beyond your own borders, but a pan-Africa experience of really domain expertise? And you can't say it doesn't work. People are telling you respect is what is in Agile. And this is what is like, it is something that you can take into the domain of our understanding, because we understand respect. No one doesn't understand respect. I'm so excited by the inputs, and I'm loving it. So do stay put. We will have a series of these. Ladies, you've been phenomenal. You represented, you really stood out for the ladies, and the expertise and really the depth of the conversation was amazing. We will keep the recording if you need the recording for the future, and we'll be sharing the snippets of the conversation as well as the write-up of the content that has come through. We do thank you for being an amazing audience. I mean, we've had about 54 people from the beginning right up until the end. We do appreciate your time, your listening, and we look forward to seeing you in future. Nelson, over to you. Do you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you so much, Hamza. I just wanted to say one thing, that we have PDUs for this webinar, and everyone who has attended can claim one PDU for the 1 hour that we've been here. I'm going to share the claim code on the chat so that you can use that to self-report the PDUs.
And thank you very much. We are adjourned. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
What time is it?